Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. Deep in the halls of Moria, where ancient shadows danced with forgotten memories, the air itself seemed to hold its breath. The Fellowship had fled, leaving behind the echoing drums of doom and the approaching thunder of an ancient evil. Yet it was not fear that caused Gandalf the Grey to pause at the edge of the Bridge of Moria, it was recognition. The prophecy that Lady Galadriel had shared with him beneath the golden Malorn trees of Lothlorien still burned in his mind like a living flame. Her words had shimmered with the weight of ages. In the depths where shadow and light meet, two flames must become one. The white and the dark, separated by time, but bound by purpose, must forge anew what was sundered in the First Age. Now, as the Balrog emerged from the darkness, its form wreathed in shadow and flame, Gandalf understood. This was no mere battle for survival, it was a convergence of destinies written in the very fabric of Arda itself. The creature's wings spread like sheets of living darkness across the chasm, its eyes burning with an inner fire that spoke of both corruption and, deeper still, a trace of something divine. Gandalf could see it now beneath the layers of corruption and rage. A faint glimmer of the sacred light of Valinor still burned, preserved like a precious jewel in a setting of darkness. "You cannot pass." Gandalf's voice rang out, but the words carried a different meaning than what his companions perceived. This was not just a challenge, it was an invocation, the beginning of an ancient ritual that had waited millennia for this moment. The Balrog's response was not the mindless roar of a beast, but a deep resonance that spoke of recognition. In that moment, both beings remembered what they once were, Maiar, spirits of sacred fire, created to protect and preserve the light of Ilúvatar. Their current forms, one corrupted by shadow, the other clothed in the humble gray of a wandering wizard, were but vessels for something far more primordial. The clash of staff against burning sword sent sparks of not just fire, but pure creation, cascading into the abyss below. Each strike was a word in an ancient language, each parry a response in a dialogue as old as the music of the Aenir. The bridge beneath them began to hum with power, recognizing the forces that danced upon its ancient stone. "I am a servant of the secret fire, wielder of the flame of Aenir." Gandalf's declaration echoed with double meaning. The secret fire, the imperishable flame of creation itself, burned within both of them. It was this shared essence that made their unity both necessary and terrifying. The Balrog's whip of flame cracked through the air, but its movement was precise, ritual. The darkness that had consumed it for so long fought against the awakening awareness of its true purpose. In its depths, memories stirred, memories of standing beside its brethren in the courts of all, of protecting the sacred flames of creation before Morgoth's corruption. As they fought, reality itself began to thin around them. The physical Bridge of Moria became simultaneously present and absent, real and symbolic. They were fighting in multiple layers of existence: in the physical realm where the Fellowship watched in terror, in the spiritual plane where their true forms blazed like suns, and in the mythic space where prophecy and destiny wrote themselves into being. "Fly, you fools." Gandalf's command to the Fellowship carried the weight of necessity. What was to come could not be witnessed by mortal eyes, As the bridge cracked and fell, the physical plunge into darkness was merely an echo of a much deeper descent, a journey into the very foundations of creation where transformation awaited. Their fall seemed endless, transcending physical space. They passed through layers of reality, like leaves drifting through water. The darkness around them was alive with memories, the forging of the world, the first corruption of Morgoth, the sundering of the sacred flames. Time lost all meaning as past and present merged. In this space between spaces, the Balrog's form began to shift. The corruption that had twisted it for so long could not maintain its hold in the presence of such pure creation. Gandalf too felt his physical form becoming fluid, the humble gray robes of his chosen disguise falling away like morning mist. They fought as they fell, but the nature of their combat changed. Each blow now was not meant to destroy, but to resonate, creating harmonies that hadn't been heard since the world was sung into being. The Balrog's flames and Gandalf's light began to interweave, creating patterns of power that spoke of both shadow and illumination. The prophecy's true meaning became clear. The light of Valinor, preserved within the Balrog, could not simply be extracted or separated from the darkness. It had to be transformed, along with both of them. Their unity would not be a simple merger, but a complete metamorphosis, creating something that neither light nor shadow had ever conceived alone. The moment of transformation, when it came, was both catastrophic and beautiful. At the lowest point of their fall, in a chamber older than time itself, their essences finally merged. Gandalf's wisdom and the Balrog's power, the controlled flame and the wild fire, the light and the shadow all became one in a burst of creation that shook the foundations of Arda. What emerged was neither Gandalf nor Balrog, neither purely light nor entirely dark. Gandalf the White would be the name given to him when he returned to the world above, but even this was an inadequate description of what he had become. Within him now burned a unified flame, tempered by shadow and strengthened by light, capable of standing against the darkness, while understanding its necessity in the great balance of existence. The prophecy was fulfilled, though not as anyone, even Galadriel, might have expected. The ancient evil that Morgoth had woven into the world was not defeated, but transformed, integrated into a new kind of power that spoke of wholeness rather than division. As Gandalf the White would later reflect, standing upon the peak of Zirek-Zigil under the open sky, some victories come not through destruction, but through transformation, not through rejection of the shadow, but through understanding its place in the great tapestry of existence. And so, the tale of the Balrog of Moria came to an end, not in destruction, but in transformation. Its flame, long corrupted, but never entirely lost, burned on in a new form, unified with the light it had once fought against. In the songs of the elves, this tale would be sung as the Ballad of Two Flames, a reminder that even in the darkest of corruptions, a spark of the divine fire remains, waiting for the moment of its redemption. Story 2. In the depths of Moria, where the weight of mountains pressed ancient secrets into stone, time itself held its breath. The physical battle that the Fellowship witnessed on the bridge of Moria was but a shadow play, a mere reflection of a far greater confrontation that was about to unfold across the tapestry of ages. Gandalf stood at the edge of the narrow bridge, his staff gleaming with an inner light that seemed to pulse in rhythm with the very heartbeat of Arda. Before him, the Balrog rose like a tower of shadow and flame, its form both terrible and majestic. But as their eyes met across the chasm, both beings experienced a sudden shift in perception that transcended their physical forms. The veil between realms shimmered and parted. In that instant, both Gandalf and the Balrog recognized their true nature as Maiar, beings of pure energy and thought who had walked the halls of Valinor before time itself was measured. Their physical forms became translucent, revealing the luminous spirits within, one a brilliant white flame touched with silver, the other a deep crimson infused with shadows that danced like living things. "You shall not pass." The words echoed not just through the halls of Moria, but through the corridors of time itself. With each syllable, reality fractured around them, and the great battle began not just in the present, but across the vast expanse of ages. Their first clash hurled them backward through time, to the first age of Middle-earth. They found themselves amid the gleaming spires of Gondolin, the hidden city, moments before its fall. Their spiritual forms wrestled above the doomed city, each movement sending ripples through the fabric of history. The Balrog's flames took on the shape of dragons circling the towers, while Gandalf's light danced among the fountains, each droplet becoming a star. Another surge of power, and they spiraled further back to the forging of the world itself. They witnessed the music of the Aenir, their essences intertwining with the very notes that had shaped mountains and carved valleys. The Balrog's spirit remembered its original purpose, not destruction, but the crafting of the world's deepest fires, the forges that would shape the bones of the earth. Gandalf's light resonated with the themes of wisdom and guidance that had been woven into creation's song. Through ages they fought, each confrontation revealing another layer of their shared history. In the courts of all, they had once stood together, guardians of the sacred flames of creation. In the depths of time, they had been not enemies but collaborators, working to shape the world according to the vision of Ilúvatar. The battle carried them forward again, through the age of trees in Valinor. Their spiritual combat took the form of interweaving lights, the Balrog's dark fire and Gandalf's pure radiance dancing around the two trees themselves. Each movement was both attack and defense, both destruction and creation, as they fought through layers of reality that mortals could never perceive. In the physical realm, mere seconds had passed. The Fellowship watched in awe as Gandalf and the Balrog appeared to be locked in combat on the bridge, unaware that their struggle extended far beyond what mortal eyes could see. The stone beneath their feet crumbled not from physical force, but from the weight of ages pressing upon a single moment in time. Through the war of wrath they spiraled, their battle becoming part of the very cataclysm that had reshaped the world. The Balrog's flames took on the forms of all its fallen brethren, while Gandalf's light echoed with the power of the Valar themselves. Each clash of their wills sent shockwaves through time, creating ripples that would become legends and songs. In the midst of their temporal combat, both beings began to understand a profound truth. Their battle was not merely about victory or defeat, but about balance. Every age they visited showed them the necessity of both light and shadow, order and chaos, creation and destruction. Their struggle was a dance that had been woven into the very fabric of existence. As they fought through the Second Age, they witnessed the rise and fall of Inmenor, their spiritual forms reflecting in the waters of that doomed island. The Balrog's fire became the smoke that rose from the great chasm that swallowed the island, while Gandalf's light shone in the ships of the faithful who escaped its destruction. Finally, their battle brought them crashing back to the present moment on the bridge of Moria. But now, both beings carried the weight of ages in their eyes. The Balrog's flames flickered with memories of its original purpose, while Gandalf's power shone with the wisdom of countless ages. "I am a servant of the secret fire," Gandalf proclaimed, but the words carried new meaning now. The secret fire was not just the flame of creation he served, but the very force that had shaped both their destinies across time and space. When the bridge finally broke, their physical fall into darkness was merely an echo of their greater journey through time. As they plunged into the abyss, Both beings understood that their battle would continue not just through space, but through the very fabric of reality itself. For 10 days and nights, they fought through the deep places of the world, each chamber becoming a gateway to another age, each moment stretching into eternity. Their combat took them through ancient dwarven halls where time had stopped, through caverns where the first fires of Arda still burned, through spaces between spaces where reality itself was thin. When they finally emerged upon Zirk-Ziggle, the endless stair having led them not just upward through space, but through the layers of time itself, both were transformed. Gandalf's triumph came not just from defeating a foe, but from understanding the full scope of their shared journey through the ages. The Balrog's fall from the mountain peak was more than a physical death. It was the conclusion of a battle that had raged across the entire history of Arda. As its flame was extinguished, its essence returned to the music that had first shaped the world, while Gandalf, now stripped of his gray raiment, emerged as white, bearing within him the wisdom of ages witnessed in battles fought beyond the boundaries of time. In the songs of elves and the tales of men, the battle would be remembered as a simple conflict between light and darkness. But for those with the wisdom to see deeper, it remained a testament to the complex dance of creation itself, where every age and every battle was but a note in the greater song of existence. Story 3, in the deepest chambers of Moria, where the very stones whispered tales of ancient glory, a truth lay buried beneath centuries of darkness. The Balrog that stalked these halls was not, as many believed, a mere demon of the ancient world, but a guardian bearing a burden so terrible it had transformed its very essence. The Dwarven chronicles, kept in secret by the eldest of Durin's folk, spoke of a time when the creature had been known as Calanhir, the keeper of sacred flames. Chosen by All himself, it had been tasked with protecting the most precious secrets of the Dwarven race, the knowledge of flame and forge that had built their magnificent realm. Now, as Gandalf stood upon the narrow bridge of Moria, the air thick with shadow and ancient magic, these forgotten truths began to unfold before his eyes. The Balrog's approach sent tremors through the stone, but in its burning eyes, the wizard saw something beyond mere malice. He saw purpose, and beneath that, pain. The fellowship cowered behind him, but Gandalf's perception stretched beyond the physical realm. As he raised his staff, golden light emanating from its crystal tip, visions of the past cascaded through his consciousness. He saw Calanhir as it once was, a magnificent being of pure flame and light, standing guard over the sacred forges where the dwarves had crafted their greatest works. "You who were once keeper of sacred fires," Gandalf's voice resonated with power, speaking in a tongue older than the mountains themselves. "What burden do you bear?" The Balrog's response came not in words, but in images that seared themselves into Gandalf's mind. He saw the ancient evil that had tried to corrupt Moria, not Durin's bane, as others knew it, but something far older and more terrible. A curse born in the First Age, when Morgoth's malice had seeped into the very foundations of the earth. Calanhir had faced this evil alone, standing at the gates of a chamber so deep and terrible that even the dwarves had sealed it away and struck it from their records. The choice had been impossible. Let the evil spread and corrupt all of Moria, or take it into itself, containing it within its own immortal essence. The transformation had been devastating. The price of containing such darkness had twisted Calanhir's form, turning its radiant flame into shadow and its noble purpose into endless rage. Yet even now, centuries later, it maintained its vigil, its tormented existence serving as a living seal upon an evil that would otherwise have consumed all of Middle-earth. "I see now," Gandalf murmured, his heart heavy with understanding. "You are both prisoner and prison, guardian and guard. The battle that ensued was unlike any witnessed in the long history of Middle-earth. Each clash of staff against flame was not merely combat, but communication. Gandalf's light sought not to destroy, but to understand, to find a way to separate the Guardian from its burden, without unleashing the ancient evil it contained. The bridge shuddered beneath them as powers beyond mortal comprehension collided. The Balrog's whip of flame cracked through the air, but its attacks seemed almost reluctant now, as if some part of Calanhir recognized in Gandalf a potential ally in its eternal struggle. "Fly, you fools," Gandalf commanded the Fellowship, but his eyes never left the Balrogs. He had made his decision. The only way to help Calanhir was to follow it into the depths, to the very source of its transformation. Their fall into the abyss became a journey through layers of reality, past the foundations of stone and into realms where the very concepts of up and down lost meaning. They fought as they fell, but their battle transformed into a complex dance of power and purpose. In the lightless depths beneath Moria, they found the chamber that had started it all. Ancient runes of warning-covered walls of black stone, and the air itself seemed to writhe with malevolent purpose. Here, at last, Gandalf understood the full scope of Calanhir's sacrifice. The evil sealed within this place was a fragment of Morgoth's original darkness, a corruption so profound it could have spread across all of Middle-earth. Calanhir had chosen to become its living prison, using its own divine fire to contain and suppress the darkness eternally. For 10 days and nights, Gandalf worked to unravel what had been done. His magic, guided by wisdom earned through ages of study, sought to separate Guardian from burden, without unleashing what lay beneath. The Balrog's flames, initially resistant, gradually began to respond to his efforts, Calanhir's original essence recognizing the possibility of freedom. Their final battle atop Zirak-Zigil was not for victory but for transformation. As lightning split the sky and rain turned to steam around them, Gandalf channeled all his power into one last effort. The Balrog's form began to shift, the shadow and flame separating like oil from water. In the end, Calanhir's physical form could not survive the separation, but its essence was finally freed from its burden. As the Balrog fell from the mountain peak, its flame was not extinguished, but transformed, returning to the pure state it had known before its sacrifice. The evil it had contained was not destroyed, but was sealed anew, bound by Gandalf's power into the very stones of Zirak-Zigil, where it would sleep harmlessly until the breaking of the world. Gandalf the Grey became Gandalf the White, not through victory in battle, but through understanding and sacrifice. He had taken on a portion of Calanhir's eternal vigil, and the wisdom gained from this deed would serve him well in the struggles to come. In the years that followed, the dwarves would add a new chapter to their secret chronicles. They told of how their ancient guardian's sacrifice was finally honored, and how the combined power of wisdom and courage had transformed a tale of darkness into one of redemption. And in the deepest forges of Moria, they say that sometimes a flame can be seen burning with a pure and peaceful light, as if Calanhir's spirit still watches over the realm it had protected for so long. Story 4. In the time before time, when the music of the Aenir first shaped the void into being, there existed a single flame of extraordinary power, the eternal fire, from which all other fires in Arda would one day spring. But in the great sundering that accompanied the world's creation, this primordial flame was split into two, one of wisdom and light, the other of power and passion. Now, deep in the halls of Moria, these divided aspects of the same cosmic force were about to reunite. Gandalf stood at the edge of the narrow bridge, his gray robes billowing in the hot wind that rose from the abyss. But it wasn't the heat that made him pause, it was the resonance, the deep vibration in his very essence that spoke of something both familiar and forgotten. As the Balrog emerged from the shadows, wreathed in flame and darkness, memories older than Middle-earth itself stirred in both beings. The Fellowship watched in terror as the two forces confronted each other, unaware that what they witnessed was far more than a battle between good and evil. With each step the Balrog took, ancient runes ignited in the stone beneath its feet, responding to the presence of primordial power. Gandalf's staff gleamed not with its usual steady light, but with a pulsing radiance that matched the beating of the Balrog's flames. "You cannot pass," Gandalf declared, but in his mind, other words echoed words in a language older than speech, expressing not defiance but recognition. The Balrog's roar carried similar undertones, a harmony of power that made the very mountains tremble with remembrance. As they faced each other across the chasm, both beings began to experience flashes of their shared origin. They saw the great forge of creation, where the eternal fire had burned at the heart of all things. They remembered the moment of separation, not a violent sundering, but a necessary division. Wisdom had to be tempered by power, just as power needed the guidance of wisdom. The first clash of their weapons sent shockwaves through reality itself. Where Glamdring met the Balrog's blade of flame, sparks of creation scattered like newborn stars. Each blow wakened more memories, the forging of the world, the shaping of mountains, the kindling of the first sunrise. They had been there for all of it, though not in their current forms. "I am a servant of the secret fire," Gandalf proclaimed, and now the words carried deeper meaning. The secret fire was not just something he served, it was what he was, what they both were. Two aspects of the same primordial force, separated by the necessity of creation, but never truly divided. Their battle became a dance of reunion, each movement bringing them closer to understanding. The Balrog's whip of flame cracked through the air, but its pattern was familiar, the same pattern that Gandalf's staff drew in light. They were mirror images, positive and negative, each containing what the other had lost. When the bridge cracked beneath them, their fall into darkness was not just a physical descent, but a journey back through time. As they plunged into the abyss, the walls of reality thinned around them. They fought through ancient halls and forgotten chambers, each location resonating with their shared power. For 10 days and nights, their battle raged through the deep places of the world. They passed through caverns where the first fires still burned, through halls where time itself had stopped, through spaces where the raw stuff of creation still swirled in primordial chaos. With each passing hour, the boundary between them grew thinner. The Balrog's flames began to show flickers of wisdom, while Gandalf's light took on aspects of raw power. Their combat became less about destruction and more about understanding, about finding the path back to unity that had been lost at the world's beginning. Their final ascent of the endless stair was both a physical climb and a spiritual journey. Each step brought them closer not just to the surface, but to their original state of being. The Balrog's darkness began to burn away, revealing the pure flame beneath, while Gandalf's composed wisdom merged with the primal force he had so long kept controlled. Upon Zirik-Zigil's peak, where heaven and earth met in a realm of eternal snow, the final transformation began. Lightning split the sky, but it was not natural lightning. It was the power of creation itself, responding to the imminent reunion of its long-separated children. The Balrog's form began to change, its shadow burning away to reveal the pure flame within. Gandalf's mortal guise likewise fell away, his true nature shining forth like a new star. In that moment, atop the mountain where the ancient winds of man still blew, wisdom and power began to merge once more. But both beings realized a fundamental truth: the world still needed them to be separate. Complete reunion would undo too much of what had been built, would unravel the very fabric of Middle-earth. Instead, they reached a new understanding, a balance between unity and division. When the battle ended, the Balrog's physical form was indeed destroyed, but its essence was not lost. Instead, it was transformed, merged partially with Gandalf's own being. The wizard who rose from that mountain was no longer gray but white, carrying within him a perfect balance of wisdom and power, of light and flame. Gandalf the White emerged not just as a more powerful being, but as a more complete one. He carried now the full understanding of his own nature and of the necessary duality that had shaped the world. The raw power of the Balrog had been tempered by wisdom, while his own measured guidance had been strengthened by primal force. In the years that followed, those who knew him well sometimes noticed a change in Gandalf the White. There were moments when his eyes flickered with an inner flame that spoke of power barely contained, and times when his wisdom seemed to burn with the intensity of a primordial fire. He had become what he was always meant to be, not just a guardian of Middle-earth, but a living embodiment of the balance between power and wisdom, between the controlled flame and the burning heart of creation itself. And in the deepest chambers of Moria, where the ancient runes still glowed with remembered power, the echoes of their battle dance would remain forever, a testament to the eternal truth that sometimes the greatest conflicts are not between good and evil, but between separated aspects of the same divine force, seeking reunion across the vast expanse of time. Story 5. In the halls of Valinor, before the first rising of the sun and moon, two Maiar brothers stood as guardians of the sacred flame. Olryn, who would one day be known as Gandalf, and Northel, who would become the Balrog of Moria, were cherished servants of the Valar, their spirits burning bright with divine purpose. The brothers' duty was sacred, to tend the eternal fires from which all warmth and light in Arda would spring. Olryn was the elder, his flame burning with a steady wisdom that illuminated the paths of understanding. Northel was the younger, his fire a passionate force that sparked with creativity and raw power. Together, they maintained a perfect balance, their combined radiance a testament to the harmony of creation. But harmony, like all things in Arda, was destined to face its trial. When Morgoth, the great enemy, first began to weave his discord into the music of the Aenir, his dark influence reached even into the sacred halls where the brothers kept their vigil. His whispers were subtle at first, threads of doubt and ambition that wound their way through the chambers like tendrils of shadow. Northel, ever drawn to power's raw potential, found himself increasingly fascinated by Morgoth's promises. The dark Vala spoke of fires unbound by the laws of the Valar, of flames that could reshape reality itself. Olryn saw the danger and tried to counsel his brother, but Northel's passion had always burned too hot to be easily tempered. "Brother," Olryn had pleaded on that final night in Valinor, "can you not see that his promises are as smoke, concealing the void within?" Northel's response had come with a flare of defiance that cast sharp shadows across the sacred halls. "And can you not see, brother, that our flames were meant for more than mere guardianship? We are fire incarnate, why should we not burn as we choose?" The schism that followed rent more than just the Brotherhood, it tore through the very fabric of their shared purpose. When Morgoth fled Valinor with his followers, Northel was among them, his once pure flame already beginning to mix with shadow. Ages passed, and the brothers' paths diverged dramatically. Olryn chose the humble guise of a gray-clad wanderer, using his wisdom to guide rather than dominate. Northel, transformed by Morgoth's corruption, became one of the most terrible Balrogs, his original radiance twisted into a terrifying fusion of shadow and flame. Now, in the depths of Moria, brother faced brother for the first time since their parting in Valinor. The Fellowship cowered behind Gandalf, seeing only a demon of the ancient world, but the wizard saw far more. In the Balrog's burning eyes, he recognized flickers of Northel's original fire, nearly consumed by darkness, but not entirely extinguished. "You cannot pass," Gandalf declared, his voice carrying notes of both authority and profound sorrow. The words were more than a challenge, they were a reminder of their ancient duty as guardians, an echo of the brotherhood they had once shared. The Balrog's roar shook the foundations of Moria, but beneath its terrible cry, Gandalf heard undertones of recognition. This was no mindless beast, this was his brother, trapped within centuries of corruption and rage. Their battle upon the bridge was both magnificent and heartbreaking. Each clash of sword against staff sent sparks of primary creation cascading into the abyss. The Balrog's whip of flame cracked through the air with the same distinctive pattern that Northel had once used to weave light in Valinor's halls. Gandalf's defenses drew upon forms they had practiced together in ages past. "I am a servant of the secret fire," Gandalf proclaimed, and in those words lay a deeper meaning that only the Balrog could truly understand. They had both been servants once, brothers in purpose as well as spirit. The secret fire they had tended together still burned within them both, though ones had been twisted by darkness. When the bridge cracked and they fell together into the abyss, their descent became a journey through memory as much as space. They fought through the darkness of Moria's depths, each blow exchanged carrying the weight of their shared history. The Balrog's flames would occasionally flicker with their original pure light, while Gandalf's power burned with the intensity of their former brotherhood. For 10 days and nights, they battled through the ancient depths, their conflict resonating through every level of reality. They passed through halls where the very stones remembered the music of creation, through caverns where time itself seemed to pool like still water. Throughout their combat, moments of recognition sparked between them, a familiar movement, a remembered pattern of flame, an echo of their former harmony. Their final battle upon Zirik-Zigil became a meditation on fate and choice. As lightning split the sky and rain turned to steam around them, both beings fought with the full knowledge of what they had once been to each other. The Balrog's attacks carried an almost desperate fury, as if some part of Northel was fighting not just Gandalf, but the darkness that had consumed him. In the end, it was not Gandalf's power, but his unwavering love for his brother that proved decisive. Even as they fought, he continued to search for ways to reach the pure flame that still burned deep within the Balrog's corrupted form. His every defensive move was also an offer of redemption, every counterattack a reminder of their shared purpose. When the final blow was struck, and the Balrog fell from the mountain's peak, its death was not a victory but a release. As its physical form was destroyed, Gandalf glimpsed, for just a moment, his brother's original radiance breaking free from the shadows that had bound it for so long. The transformation that followed Gandalf, the gray becoming Gandalf, the white, was more than just an increase in power. It was a fulfillment of both brothers' original purpose. The pure flame they had once tended together in Valinor now burned unified within him, wisdom and power balanced as they were always meant to be. In the years that followed, those with the wisdom to see deeply enough would sometimes notice that Gandalf the White's power burned with a doubled light. His own steady flame of wisdom merged with the purified essence of his brother's passionate fire. Their brotherhood, sundered for ages, had been restored in a new form, proving that even the deepest wounds of creation could ultimately serve the greater harmony of Ilúvatar's design. Story 6. In the timeless realm of Valinor, before the breaking of the world, two Maiar stood together beneath the light of the two trees. One was Ol Rin, who would one day be known as Gandalf, and the other was Valadar, whose flame would later burn so dark he would be remembered only as the Balrog of Moria. In those days, they were as close as brothers, their spirits harmonious in the great music that had shaped creation. Now, countless ages later, Gandalf stood at the gates of Moria, the weight of memory heavy upon his ancient spirit. The Fellowship waited behind him, unaware of the profound grief that stirred within their guide's heart. They could not know that every step into these shadowed halls brought him closer to a confrontation that had been waiting since the first age of the world. The stones of Moria held memories that even the dwarves had forgotten. As Gandalf's staff illuminated the path ahead, each shadow seemed to whisper of days when Valadar had stood beside him in the courts of the Valar, his inner flame, then a source of warmth and inspiration, rather than terror and destruction. They had been among the brightest of their kind, chosen to help shape the world that was to come. But Valadar had harbored doubts that even Olrin had not recognized until it was too late. The whispers of Melkor had found fertile ground in Valadar's growing uncertainty about the Valar's plans for Arda. His friend's fall had not been sudden. It was a gradual dimming of the light, a slow cooling of the flame that had once burned so pure. As the Fellowship moved deeper into Moria's vast halls, Gandalf's keen senses detected changes in the very air around them. The darkness here was not natural. It carried the signature of a power he knew intimately. Each shadow held echoes of conversations from ages past, debates between two immortal beings about the nature of power and the right to shape the world. The last time they had spoken as friends had been in the gardens of Lorien, beneath trees that had long since perished. Valadar had tried to convince Olrin that Melkor's path offered greater freedom to shape creation as they saw fit. Are we not also beings of power? He had argued, his inner flame already taking on a darker hue. Why should we be bound by the Valar's constraints? Gandalf's hand tightened on his staff as the memory washed over him. He had failed his friend then, unable to find the words that might have turned him from his path. By the time Melkor's true nature was revealed, Valadar had already been transformed, his once bright spirit twisted into something that would come to be feared throughout the ages of the world. The drums in the deep began their ominous rhythm, and Gandalf felt his ancient heart grow heavy. These were not just signals of danger, they were the heartbeat of a corrupted power he knew all too well. Each boom carried the weight of their shared history, a history none in Middle-earth now remembered. When the Balrog finally emerged from the shadows, wreathed in flame and darkness, the Fellowship saw only a demon of the ancient world. But Gandalf saw beyond the corrupted form to the spirit within. In those eyes of flame, he caught a glimpse of Valadar as he had been proud, brilliant, and full of purpose. The creature's roar shook the foundations of Moria, but to Gandalf's ears, it carried notes of pain and longing that his companions could not perceive. "You cannot pass," Gandalf declared, his words heavy with meaning beyond mere defiance. In the ancient tongue of the Aenir, audible only to beings of their order, he added, "Brother, what have the ages of darkness done to you?" The Balrog's response was not the mindless rage of legend, but a complex harmony of emotions that only another Maiar could understand. Grief, anger, and a terrible loneliness resonated in its burning presence. The shadow wings that spread behind it were not just manifestations of power, but expressions of the freedom Valadar had sought so long ago. Their battle on the bridge of Moria was more than a clash between good and evil. Each strike of sword against flame was a conversation, each blast of power an exchange of memories. Glamdring, the foe hammer, met the Balrog's sword of fire in a clash that spoke of sparring matches in Valinor, when both had been learning to wield their power under the guidance of the Valar. "Fly, you fools," Gandalf's command to the Fellowship carried double meaning, both a practical instruction and a warning about the seductive nature of power that had led to Valadar's fall. As he faced his ancient friend on the narrow bridge, time seemed too slow, allowing one final exchange between immortal spirits. In the Balrog's flames, Gandalf read the story of millennia of regret, of power that had become a prison, of a being who had sought freedom, only to find himself bound by darker chains than those he had sought to escape. The darkness had not completely extinguished the light of Valadar's original nature. It had merely buried it beneath layers of shadow and corruption. When the bridge broke beneath them, their plunge into the abyss was more than a fall through physical space. It was a descent through layers of history and memory, each level taking them closer to the truth of their shared nature, as beings who had witnessed the birth of the world itself. Their battle continued through the deep places of the earth, past the roots of mountains, and through caverns untouched by any light since the world's making. Each clash was accompanied by unspoken communications, memories of their time in Valinor mixing with the pain of separation and the weight of choices made. Finally, upon the peak of Zirak-Zigil, their conflict reached its culmination. As lightning coursed around them and snow swirled through the air, Gandalf saw one last flicker of Valadar's original spirit in the Balrog's eyes. In that moment, there was recognition, perhaps even a glimmer of the friendship they had once shared. The Balrog's fall was not just defeat, but release. As its flame was extinguished, Gandalf felt the passage of a spirit that had been both brother and enemy, friend and foe. His own transformation from gray to white was marked not just by the power he gained, but by the wisdom earned through this final encounter with one who had walked beside him at the dawn of time. The Fellowship would tell tales of a mighty battle between good and evil, but they could never know the true story, a tale of friendship sundered, of power's corruption, and of the eternal burden carried by beings who had lived long enough to see friends become enemies and light transform into shadow. And in the halls of Mandos, perhaps, a flame that had burned dark for so long began to remember its original brightness, finally free from the shadows that had claimed it so many ages ago. Story 7. In the deepest chambers of Moria, where even the most ancient dwarven memories had faded to whispers, a different kind of magic pulls through the stone. It was here, in halls carved not by picks and chisels but by words of power, that the true secret of Moria lay hidden, a prison crafted by the legendary dwarf mages of the First Age. Its walls inscribed with runes of containment that glowed with a faint, eternal light. Gandalf stood before one such wall, his weathered fingers tracing the intricate patterns that had held the Balrog captive for millennia. The runes were failing. Each symbol, once bright with the combined power of 7 dwarf lords who had sacrificed their lives to create this prison, now flickered like dying embers. The ancient magic was unraveling, thread by thread, and with it, the bonds that held one of the most powerful beings of the Elder Days. The Fellowship rested uneasily in a chamber above, unaware of the true nature of their guide's concern. They knew only of legends the Balrog as a demon of the ancient world, a creature of shadow and flame. But Gandalf knew the truth that the dwarven histories had kept secret. The Balrog was not Moria's destroyer, but its prisoner, and the great halls of Moria had been built not as a kingdom, but as a cage. The runic inscriptions told a story few now remembered. After the War of Wrath, when Morgoth's armies were scattered and his most powerful servants hunted across Middle-earth, 7 dwarf lords of profound wisdom and power had accomplished what even the Valar thought impossible. They had trapped a Balrog, not through force of arms, but through cunning and sacrifice. Each lord had woven his own life force into the spells of binding, creating a prison that would last as long as their combined sacrifice endured. But now, As Gandalf's enhanced senses detected the weakening bonds, he understood why the Valar had sent him to Moria. The prison was failing, and soon the Balrog would wake from its enchanted slumber. The question was not if, but when, and what could be done to prevent catastrophe. The ancient runes revealed more than just the prison's nature. They spoke of a ritual, a way to renew the bonds, but at a terrible cost. Just as the original spell had required the sacrifice of 7 dwarf lords, its renewal would demand a sacrifice of equal power, the willing surrender of an immortal being's essence. Gandalf's hand moved to his staff, feeling the power that flowed through it, power that could be used to reinforce the failing bonds. But such an act would bind him forever to Moria's depths, his spirit entwined with the very stones that held the Balrog captive. It would mean the end of his mission in Middle-earth, leaving the growing shadow of Sauron unchecked. The decision was taken from his hands by the sound of drums echoing through the deep drums that marked not an attack, but the awakening. The Balrog's consciousness, dormant for so long, was stirring. The runes flared briefly brighter, like stars fighting against the coming dawn, before beginning to fade one by one. Gandalf felt the change in the very air around him. The ancient magic was not simply weakening, it was being actively unbound. Somewhere in the depths below, 7 points of light were dimming, each representing one of the original sacrifices. The Balrog was not breaking free. It was being released by the very magic meant to contain it. The realization struck him with the force of lightning. The dwarven spellcrafters had built in a safeguard. If the prison could not be renewed, it would release its captive rather than risk the catastrophic collapse of such powerful containment magic. The choice before Gandalf was no longer whether to sacrifice himself to maintain the prison. It was whether to attempt a new binding altogether, or to face the Balrog in combat. As he raced back to warn the Fellowship, Gandalf's mind worked furiously through the implications. The Balrog's release might actually be the better option. A creature of such power, suddenly freed after ages of imprisonment, would be disoriented, weakened. It might be possible to defeat it in direct combat, something that would have been unthinkable when it was at full strength. The drums grew louder, and now they were accompanied by a deep tremor in the stone itself. The runes on the walls began to crack, ancient power seeping out like light through breaking glass. The time for contemplation was over. When the Balrog finally emerged from its prison, it was both more and less terrible than the legends described. Its flame was dimmed by millennia of containment, its shadow less absolute than the tales would have it. But in its eyes burned something worse than hatred or rage, the accumulated wisdom and patience of ages spent in conscious imprisonment. Their confrontation on the bridge of Moria was inevitable, but it was not the simple battle between good and evil that would enter into legend. It was a clash between two beings who understood sacrifice, who recognized in each other the weight of duty and the price of maintaining the world's safety. "You cannot pass," Gandalf declared, and in those words lay not just defiance, but understanding. The Balrog's response was not the mindless roar of legend, but a controlled demonstration of power that spoke of its ancient nobility, even in corruption. Their battle shook Moria to its foundations, but it was the prison's collapse that truly transformed the ancient halls. As the last runes failed, the combined power of 7 dwarf lords' sacrifices was released in a cascade of magical energy. The bridge's breaking was not just structural, but metaphysical, a final separation between the world of ancient powers and the age of mortals that was to come. As Gandalf and the Balrog fell into the abyss, they carried with them the last remnants of the dwarven prison's power. Their continued battle through the deep places of the world was not just combat, but a containing action, preventing the released energies from tearing apart the foundations of the mountains themselves. In the end, atop Zirak-Zigil, their final clash was illuminated by more than lightning and flame. It was lit by the last flickers of the ancient dwarven magic, finally spending itself in one last display of power. The Balrog's fall was not just defeat, but release from both its physical form and the last traces of its age-long imprisonment. And Gandalf's transformation from gray to white was more than just a change of color. It was the absorption and transformation of ancient powers, the last echo of 7 dwarf lords' sacrifice. The remnants of the Balrog's contained might, all transmuted into something new, something necessary for the coming age. The great prison of Moria was no more, its purpose finally fulfilled in ways its creators could never have foreseen. And in the halls of Mandos, 7 dwarf lords looked upon their work and saw that it had served not just to contain great evil, but to help forge a power that would help save Middle-earth in its time of greatest need. Story 8. The great halls of Moria held many secrets, but none so profound as the ancient covenant between light and shadow that had endured for millennia. As Gandalf stood at the entrance to the once mighty dwarven kingdom, he felt the familiar pull of power that signaled the time had come again for the ritual that kept Middle-earth's darkness in check. Every 1,000 years, in the depths of Moria, 2 of the most powerful beings in Middle-earth would meet in a dance as old as the world itself. The Balrog of Moria, whom Gandalf knew by another name in the ancient tongue Moriathir. The dark flame was not merely a creature of shadow and flame, but a necessary counterweight in a delicate balance that had protected the world since the First Age. The fellowship behind him could not understand why their guide seemed to hesitate at the gates, his eyes distant as if seeing beyond the physical realm. They could not know that every step into Moria's darkness was part of a carefully choreographed approach, a prelude to a ritual that had been repeated countless times before. As they journeyed deeper into the ancient halls, Gandalf's mind drifted to the first time this pact had been formed, in the aftermath of Morgoth's defeat. The Valar themselves had blessed this arrangement. The Balrog would remain in Moria, not as a curse, but as a vessel, drawing the world's darkness into itself like a living well of shadow. Gandalf's role was to meet this ancient being in combat, not to destroy, but to purify, transmuting the gathered darkness through his own divine light. The drums in the deep began their rhythmic beating, but to Gandalf's ears, they carried a different message than what alarmed his companions. It was the beginning of an ancient song, a call to the ritual that must be performed. Yet something was different this time. The One Ring's presence had disturbed the delicate balance they had maintained for so long. The darkness gathered in Moriathir had grown beyond what their usual ritual could safely contain. When the Balrog finally emerged from the depths, wreathed in shadow and flame, its appearance was more terrible than ever before. The corruption of Sauron's growing power had tainted the carefully maintained balance. The creature's eyes met Gandalf's across the great chamber, and in that moment, both beings understood that this encounter would be different from all those that had come before. "You cannot pass," Gandalf proclaimed, his words carrying the weight of their ancient agreement. But hidden beneath these familiar words was a deeper message in the ancient tongue that only the Balrog could understand. "Brother, the darkness has grown too strong. Our old ways may not be enough this time." The Balrog's roar shook the foundations of Moria, yet, in its ancient language, it responded, "Then we must make a greater sacrifice, Lightbringer. The balance must be maintained, whatever the cost." Their battle began as it had so many times before, a spectacular display of light and shadow that their companions perceived as mortal combat. But each blow exchange was precisely placed, each burst of flame and light part of an intricate pattern that had been perfected over thousands of years. Yet the presence of the ring disrupted their usual harmony. its malevolent power interfering with the delicate balance of their ancient dance. As they fought their way to the Bridge of Moria, both beings realized that this time, their ritual would require more than the usual exchange of power. The darkness that had accumulated in Moriuthir over the past millennium had been amplified by Sauron's growing strength, creating an imbalance that threatened to shatter their ancient pact. The bridge became their final stage, suspended over an endless void that seemed to hunger for both light and shadow. As they faced each other one last time, Gandalf could see the struggle within the Balrog, its ancient purpose warring with the corrupting influence of the ring's proximity. "Fly, you fools," Gandalf called to his companions, but his eyes remained locked with the Balrogs. In that moment, both beings understood what must be done. Their next encounter would not be a mere ritual of purification. It would require a transformation more profound than any they had attempted before. When the bridge shattered beneath them, their plunge into the abyss was not a defeat, but a conscious choice. As they fell through darkness, their battle continued, but it was no longer the carefully choreographed dance of previous encounters. This was something new, a desperate attempt to contain and transform the unprecedented darkness that threatened to overwhelm them both. Through shadows they fell, past the roots of mountains, through caverns untouched by any light since the world's making. Their combat transformed the very essence of the darkness they passed through, Gandalf's light and the Balrog's flame working in concert to transmute the shadow they had gathered over a millennium. Days became an eternity as they fought through the deep places of the world, their battle carrying them finally to the peak of Zirrikzigil. There, beneath the open sky, they would complete their final ritual. The Balrog's flames, heavy with the weight of gathered darkness, met Gandalf's pure light in a clash that shook the mountains themselves. In that final moment, as light and shadow merged in an explosion of primordial power, both beings understood that their ancient pact would end here, but its purpose would be fulfilled. The Balrog fell, not in defeat, but in completion of its ancient duty, its gathered darkness finally purified in one last magnificent confluence of light and shadow. Gandalf too fell, his physical form burned away by the magnitude of power required for this final purification. But when he returned as Gandalf the White, he carried within him the essence of their completed pact, the balance they had maintained for so long now internalized in a new form. The Fellowship would never know the true nature of what had transpired in Moria's depths. They would tell tales of a mighty battle between good and evil, of Gandalf's sacrifice and triumphant return. But in the deep places of the world, in the very stones of Moria, the echoes of the true story would remain a tale of balance maintained through ages, of light and shadow working in concert to protect Middle-earth from the darkness that ever threatened to overwhelm it. And so ended the ancient pact of Moria, not in defeat but in transformation, as the world itself began its slow transition from the age of myths and magic to the dominion of men. Yet, in Gandalf the White lived on the legacy of that final, mighty ritual a new kind of balance, forged in the depths of the earth and tempered by sacrifices that would never be fully understood by those who would come after. Story 9. Deep within the heart of his gray robes, Gandalf carried a burden heavier than any ring of power, a crystal that pulsed with the pure light of Valinor, its glow barely contained by the cloth wrapped carefully around it. This was no ordinary jewel, but a fragment of memory, a piece of a soul that had once burned bright with holy fire before falling into shadow. The mines of Moria stretched before him, their vast halls echoing with the whispers of ancient dwarven craft and darker things that now claimed these depths as their domain. Each step deeper into the darkness brought him closer to the one who had lost this crystal an age ago, when the world was younger and the stars shone brighter in the skies of Middle-earth. The crystal had been given to him by Galadriel herself, her ancient eyes heavy with the weight of memory as she pressed it into his palm. It belonged to Calanthere, she had whispered, using a name that had not been spoken in thousands of years. Before he fell into shadow and flame, before he became what we now call the Balrog of Moria, now, as Gandalf led the fellowship through the lightless depths, he could feel the crystal growing warmer against his chest. It responded to its former master's presence, singing a song of remembrance that only beings of the ancient world could hear. With each step deeper into Moria, memories that were not his own flickered through Gandalf's mind visions of Calanthere as he once was, a Maiar of light and wisdom, standing proud in the courts of Valinor. The first tremors shook the chamber, and Gandalf knew the moment of confrontation drew near. The crystal's light grew stronger, pushing against its wrappings, yearning toward its original bearer. The Balrog's approach was heralded not just by drums in the deep, but by a disturbance in the very fabric of reality, the presence of a being who had witnessed the shaping of the world. As the fellowship fled across the bridge of Moria, Gandalf finally turned to face his adversary. The Balrog emerged from the shadows like a nightmare-given form, wreathed in darkness and flame. But as the creature drew closer, the crystal beneath Gandalf's robes blazed with sudden, brilliant light. The Balrog faltered, its step checking for just a moment as ancient recognition flickered in its burning eyes. "You cannot pass," Gandalf declared, but his free hand moved to the crystal at his chest. As he drew it forth, its light pierced the darkness like a star brought to earth. The Balrog's flames seemed to dim, and in its fearsome countenance, something shifted, a memory of what it had once been stirring in the depths of its corrupted spirit. The crystal's light caught in the Balrog's gaze, and suddenly both beings were swept into a maelstrom of shared memory. They saw Calanthere as he had been, his light rivaling that of the Valar themselves. They witnessed his fall, not as a single moment of corruption, but as a gradual descent born of pride and pain. The crystal had been his last gift to the light, surrendered willingly before Melkor's darkness claimed him completely. Their battle upon the bridge became more than a clash of powers. It was a conversation written in fire and light, each blow carrying the weight of ages. When Glamdring met the Balrog's flame sword, ancient memories sparked between them. The very stones of Moria trembled, not just from the force of their combat, but from the resonance of two primordial beings confronting their shared past. The crystal's light grew ever brighter as the battle raged on, its radiance calling to something deep within the Balrog's corrupted heart. With each flash of its holy light, another memory surfaced of songs sung at the world's creation, of brotherhood among the Maiar, of a time before shadow and flame became weapons of destruction. The Balrog's whip of fire lashed out, but its flames flickered with uncertainty. In that moment, Gandalf saw not just the creature of darkness before him, but the noble spirit it had once been. The crystal pulsed in response, its light taking on the same rhythm as the fire that burned within the Balrog's core. "Remember who you were, Calanthere." Gandalf's voice carried power that made the very mountains tremble, but it was not a command of dominion. It was a call to remembrance, to the truth that lay buried beneath millennia of darkness. The Balrog roared, but the sound held notes of anguish rather than rage. Its flames burned higher, yet they coiled around the crystal's light, as if drawn to a long-lost part of themselves. For a brief moment, the shadow surrounding the Balrog wavered, and something of Calanthere's original radiance shone through a glimpse of the being he had once been. But such moments of recognition could not last. The corruption of Morgoth ran too deep. The darkness had become too much a part of what the Balrog now was. Yet as Gandalf struck the bridge with his staff, shattering the ancient stone beneath them, there was understanding between them. The crystal's light flared one final time, not in judgment, but in farewell. As they fell together into the abyss, the crystal's light continued to shine, illuminating their descent into darkness. Their battle continued as they fell through shadow and flame, past the roots of the mountains and into the deepest places of the world. But it was no longer simply combat. It was a journey of remembrance, each blow exchanged carrying the weight of their shared history. For days they fought through the deep places of the world, the crystal's light never dimming, continuing to call to the fragment of Calanther that remained within the Balrog. Their combat took them finally to the peak of Zirek-Ziggle, where heaven and earth seemed to meet. There, beneath the open sky, the crystal's light merged with the rays of the sun, creating a radiance that pierced through layers of corruption accumulated over ages. In that final moment, as light and shadow clashed one last time, something of Calanther's original nature flickered in the Balrog's eyes. The crystal shattered, its light merging with both beings in a final burst of pure radiance. The Balrog fell, not just defeated, but transformed, its flame extinguishing not in darkness, but in a flash of purifying light. Gandalf too fell, his body broken, but his spirit elevated by the understanding gained in their final encounter. When he returned as Gandalf the White, he carried with him not just the memory of their battle, but the deeper truth it had revealed that even in the darkest of falls, a spark of original light remains, waiting to be remembered. The crystal was gone, its physical form destroyed in that final confrontation. But its essence lived on in the transformed Gandalf, a reminder that even in the deepest darkness, the memory of light endures. And in the halls of Mandos, perhaps, a spirit once known as Calanther found at last, the peace that had eluded him for so many ages of the world. Story 10, in the depths of Moria, where ancient stones whispered tales of forgotten glory, two beings of immeasurable power stood facing each other across a chasm of shadow and flame. The bridge of Moria stretched between them like a sword of stone, its narrow span a final stage for what both knew would be their last dance. Gandalf the Grey, last of the faithful Istari, felt the weight of ages upon his shoulders as he gazed at his adversary. The Balrog of Morgoth rose before him, a creature of shadow wreathed in flame, its form both terrible and magnificent. Yet in its burning eyes, Gandalf saw something that the others fleeing behind him could not recognition. They were the last of their kind to walk Middle-earth in their full power. While other Maiar had diminished or fled across the sea, these two remained, each choosing their path, one of light, one of shadow, both maintaining the raw strength that had helped shape the world in its beginning. The Balrog's whip of flame cracked against the stone, sending ancient dust spiraling into the abyss below. But Gandalf saw beyond the display of fury. In that crack of flame, he heard the echoes of songs they had once sung together in the halls of Ilúvatar, before the world was made. The creature before him had been called Nor-Arthen, a spirit of sacred fire, before Melkor's corruption twisted that holy flame into something darker. "You cannot pass." Gandalf's voice rang out, each word heavy with power that made the very stones of Moria tremble. But hidden in that command was a deeper meaning, understood only by the two beings who faced each other. You cannot pass beyond this moment, this final crossing where our paths must resolve. The Balrog's response was a roar that shook loose stones from the cavern's ceiling, yet in its ancient tongue was woven a question. "Brother, has it come to this at last?" Gandalf's grip tightened on Glamdring, the legendary blade glowing with an inner light that seemed to push back the darkness. In his other hand, his staff blazed with power that had not been seen in Middle-earth since the Elder Days. "I am a servant of the secret fire," he proclaimed, And in those words lay both challenge and reminder, a call to what the Balrog had once been. The air itself seemed to grow thick with power as the two began their final contest. Each movement was both battle and ritual, every gesture carrying the weight of ages. When their weapons met, it was not mere steel and flame that clashed, but the very forces that had shaped Middle-earth. The Balrog's wings of shadow spread wider, and in their span, Gandalf saw the echo of what this being had once been, a spirit of light and beauty, now twisted, but not entirely lost. Their battle was as much a conversation as a contest, each blow exchanging memories of what had been, what was, and what must now come to pass. Fire and lightning danced around them as they fought, their power transforming the bridge into a nexus of primal forces. The stone beneath their feet began to crack, not from the weight of their physical forms, but from the sheer magnitude of the powers they wielded. In that moment, they were no longer bound by the shapes they wore, but existed as they truly were, beings of pure spirit and power, their true forms visible to each other for the first time in millennia. The Balrog's whip snaked out again, wreathed not just in flame, but in the very essence of its being. As it wrapped around Gandalf's knees, both felt the connection it created, a final bridge between their souls. In that touch, ages of separation fell away, and for a brief moment, they remembered standing together at the beginning of time, watching the first dawn break over the newly made world. "You shall not pass." Gandalf's final declaration was both command and farewell. His staff struck the bridge, and in that strike was not just force, but finality, the acceptance that with this act, the age of their kind in Middle-earth must end. The bridge shattered, and as the Balrog fell, its flame dimming for the first time since its corruption, its eyes met Gandalf's. In that last look was understanding, acceptance, and perhaps a glimmer of its original nature returning. The whip's grip held true, and as Gandalf stared into the abyss, he whispered words in their ancient tongue that none but the Balrog could understand. Together then, brother, one last time, as they fell into the darkness. Their forms began to change, shedding the constraints of physical shape. They became what they truly were, pure spirits of light and flame, dancing through the void. Their battle continued as they fell, no longer enemies but partners in an ancient dance that would conclude their long story in Middle-earth. Through darkness they fell, through fire and water, their combat transforming into something else entirely. It became a weaving of powers, a final symphony of their combined essence. The Balrog's flames, once corrupted, began to burn with something of their original purity as their battle carried them through the roots of the mountains. For days they fell and fought, their power lighting caverns that had never known illumination. Their dance shook the foundations of the earth, not in destruction, but in transformation. And as they reached the lowest depths, where the world's first fires still burned, both understood that this was not just an ending, but a renewal. In their final clash, atop the peak of Zirrek-Ziggle, their power blazed so bright it pierced the clouds above. The Balrog's flame at last burned with something of its original glory, and Gandalf's light shone with the full power he had held in check for so long. When the end came, it was not with hatred, but with understanding, a recognition that their age was passing, and with it must pass the last remnants of the world's dawn. The Balrog fell one final time, its flame extinguishing not in darkness, but in a blaze of purifying light. And Gandalf, spent and transformed, lay upon the mountain peak, his form burned away until he too was remade. When he returned, it would be as Gandalf the White, but something of that final dance would remain with him, always the memory of what they had once been, and what they had become in their last moment together. In the years that followed, few would know the true nature of what had transpired in those depths. They would speak of a battle between good and evil, of light triumphing over darkness. But in the deep places of the world, in the stones of Moria and the peak of Zirk-Ziggle, the echo of their final dance would remain a testament to the last great encounter between two of the most powerful beings to walk Middle-earth, and to the profound truth that even in endings, there can be beauty and redemption. And so passed the last of the great powers of the elder days, not in simple combat, but in a transformation that would mark the beginning of the age of men. The time of such beings was ending, but in their passing, they had lit a flame that would burn in memory and legend for all the ages to come.